Good morning, everyone. How nice. I got a response. Um, Welcome to the final few days of the Finance Committee process. When today, in the next few days, we will be passing out the bills that we have been working on and hearing over the last couple months. What's going to happen this morning is that we are very shortly going to gavel out again and go into our caucus rooms. The Democrats will be meeting in 2D, as in David, and the Republicans will be meeting in 2A, as in Apple. I just wanted quickly to note a couple things. One, just technically, there's an error on our agenda. Item 16 on our agenda is not in our possession, so the committee cannot act on that bill. And then we will do this again at the close of our meetings, but I wanted to make sure while we're all fresh and ready for the day to take a moment to thank our nonpartisan staff for all the tremendous work that they have put in, and that we are incredibly it's fortunate, but I hope it's a question of our long-term thinking and our strategic thinking that we have put in place really great nonpartisan resources for all of us. And I will start with the two women seated at the front of the room. In front of us, Bree Wolf, our administrator, and Ash Northey, our committee clerk, who are here 24/7, dealing with all kinds of everyone else's stress all the time and trying to double check everything and make sure you keep us on track and laughing when we need to be laughing. So thank you for that. I also want to thank our sessional staff, Jean Holloway and Jay Snookus, OLR, Ruth Pino, Heather Poole, OFA, Neil Ayers, Michael Murphy, Chris Wetzel, Bill Letterman, Evelyn Wisniewski, Eric Gray, Patrick Mellon, and in LCO, Kumi Sato and Chris Reinhardt. We're not done yet. They'll have a thing or two to do in the next few days, but I just wanted to make sure that we get an extra chance while everyone's paying attention. And I want to note that there are a lot of people stuck in traffic this morning of various kinds, and I know that my co-chair and the ranking members join me in that gratitude. So with that, we will gavel out and we'll see you when we see you.
Hi, Representative Giacarino. This is Bree Wolf. The Democrats are still caucusing in 2Ds and David. They'll likely be back in, I would say, in about an hour. So I just wanted to flag that for you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to a fully constituted 2E. It is nice to see so many people in the room. For today's to reconvene our committee meeting to take final action on a number of bills before us. I'll just say briefly, repeat what I said before, that we are indebted to our staff for keeping the wheels on the bus and moving all of this ahead. And we will have many opportunities to thank them again in the future, but thank them again for all their work. Any opening comments from my good co-chair?
Glad to see everyone in person, mostly.
Indeed. Representative Cheeseman
Ditto.
and Senator Martin. Okay. With that, we will proceed to item Roman number 3 on our agenda, bills for review. The first item on the agenda is Senate Bill 1234, the action.
Madam Chair.
Second, Representative Wood with the second, Senator Pomfera with the motion. Any discussion? Would any objections to placing this on a consent agenda? No objections. That Madam Administrator, if you could put that on the consent agenda, please. Item 2, Senate Bill 1235. The motion is JFS to the floor.
Move, Madam Chair.
Senator Pomfera. Sorry, Senator Moore. It's giving you a promotion there. Oh, sorry, Senator Miller. And sorry, I'm laughing at that one. I heard you. Any discussion? Representative Cheeseman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed the bill, we have substitute language. I would have been fully supportive of the original language, which I believe was a bill we passed out at least once or not twice, making adjustments to the treasurer's ability to, in his hiring practices, to the conflict of interest issues for potential members of the Investment Advisory Council. I am concerned that there are changes in here to the baby bond bill. I happen to share the governor's belief that if this is an important program, we should fund it through appropriations in the general fund. And for that reason, I will not be in support of this bill today. Thank you. And I ask that we have a roll call vote on this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Seeing no other discussion, Madam Administrator, will you call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. This is a roll call vote for item number 2, Senate Bill 235. An act implementing the treasurer's recommendations concerning the Investment Advisory Council and related statutes. The proposed action is JFS. The LCO is 6803. Fonfara,
Yes.
Horn,
Yes.
Martin,
No to flag.
Cheeseman,
No.
Miller,
Yes.
Moore,
Moore votes yes.
Farrar,
Farrar votes yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Bronco,
No.
Brown,
Representative Brown votes in the affirmative.
Baumgardner, Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Cabrera,
Cabrera votes yes.
Carney,
Carney votes no.
Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Concepcion, Dancho, Doucette, Elliott,
Rep. Elliott votes yes.
Fazio, G,
G votes yes.
Paul, Harding, Wong, Cavros DeGraw,
Cavros DeGraw votes yes.
Claridis Detria,
Clara Destitute votes no.
Lamar. Lopes. Luxembourg. Maroney,
Barone votes yes.
Meskers,
Meskers votes yes.
Moore and Bello. Mashinsky. Napoli,
Napoli, yes.
Needleman. Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes in the affirmative.
Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes no.
Perillo,
Perillo votes no.
Piscopo,
Piscopo votes no.
Paletta,
Paletta votes no.
Raman,
Senator Raman Bodhi, yes.
Sanchez. James. Sanchez Robert. Santiago. Staffstrom. Veach. Wilson,
Wilson votes yes.
Wood,
Wood votes yes.
Yakarino. Zulo,
Rep Zula votes no.
Zupkis,
Zupkis votes no.
Madam Chairwoman, do you have a time at which you want to keep the votes open, or will that be determined later in the meeting?
The proposal is that we will try to keep votes open until 3 p.m., but that will depend on the time we finish our business here today.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next item on the agenda is item number 3, Senate Bill 1238. The motion is JFS to the floor. Senator Bonfair with the motion,
Second.
Representative Cheeseman with the second. No. Okay. Is any objection to placing this item on a consent agenda? Oh, sorry. There we go. Thank you. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I was going to vote no had the bills remained the same, but since this is, because it really impacted the way, or was really changing what we adopted last year regarding the appeal process. And, it would have placed a heavy burden on our municipalities had we continued forward with what was originally intended. But since this is going to be a study and looking at maybe bring in more professional people to the assessment process, I think it might be good for us to see what that may look like, if anything, and obviously the cost of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We try to improve the bills through the JFS process, and I'm glad that this one has worked out that way. Any other discussion? Sorry. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Administrator, will you call the roll?
Happily. This is for item 3, Senate Bill 1238, an act concerning certain tax assessment appeals proceedings. The proposed action is JFS. The LCO is 6847. Bonfara,
Yes.
Horn,
Yes.
Martin. Cheeseman,
Yes.
Miller. Moore. Farrar,
Farrar, yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Bronco,
Yes.
Brown,
Representative Brown votes in the affirmative.
Baumgardner. Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Cabrera,
Current
Yes.
idling law that exists
Carney,
takes care of the environment.
Representative Carney votes no.
Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Concepcion. Dancho. Doucette. Elliott,
Elliott, yes.
Fazio. G,
G votes yes.
Hall. Harding, Wong. Cavros DeGraw. Claridis Tetria,
Claridis Tetria votes yes.
Lamar. Lopes. Luxembourg,
Yes.
Maroney,
Maroney votes yes.
Meskers,
Meskers votes yes.
Moore and Bello. Mashinsky. Napoli,
Napoli votes yes.
Needleman. Paolillo,
Representative Paolo votes in the affirmative.
Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes no.
Perillo,
Perillo votes no.
Piscopo,
Piscopo votes no.
Paletta,
Rep. Paletta votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman vote yes.
Sanchez, James. Sanchez, Robert. Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom. Veach,
Yeah, just confirming this is SB 1238.
correct. We are on Senate Bill 1238.
Okay, Avich votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wilson,
Wilson votes yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Yacarino. Zulo,
Rep. Zula votes no.
Zupkis,
Zupkis votes yes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Turning to the agenda, the next item is item 4, SB 1244. The motion is a JFS to the floor.
Madam Chair.
Senator Fonfara with the motion.
Second, Rep. Butler.
Second from Senator Moore. But thank you, Rep. Butler. Any discussion? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the intent of this bill. I think we need to do as much as possible, one, to ensure that in all our state contracting and hiring practices, we are offering opportunities, particularly to groups that may not have had adequate participation in the past. However, I am concerned in some of the testimony submitted on this bill, in particular from CHRO, this might actually have a detrimental effect on minority and contractors and those groups we're seeking to help in this to access the programs, to be able to bid successfully on these contracts. So I will be a no on this today. I do share the belief of the Senate chair who proposed this, that we need to do more, not only to ensure equal access, but to provide an entry to the skilled trades, particularly to minorities and women who have typically not been well represented. And I think we have to have everyone at the table, the state municipalities, but also the unions. What are they doing in their recruitment practices, in their hiring practice to ensure that their workforce is diverse, that they're offering equal opportunities to people for whom this is not just a job, it will be a career at which they can support families, buy homes, succeed in the state of Connecticut. So I will be a no on this today, but I will join in the attempt of everyone here to ensure that we provide opportunity to everyone in Connecticut to have a career, a job, and a path forward that will make them successful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The world would be a great place if the spoken word resulted in resulted in actions that represented what was being said. The reason why this bill matters and why moving forward with this, and in no way is it the finished product, is that nothing happens unless we make it happen. And this is a perfect example of it, where we can say, this is not aimed at any particular individual here, but in general, that for years, my colleague from Hartford, Senator McCrory, currently chair of the Education Committee, has asked the question. We spend $500 million a year, 600 million, $700 million a year on building schools in this state, probably more than any other state in the country in terms of what the state contributes to schools for municipalities. And never has there been a Black GC building one of those schools. And the reason given is because that Black contractor lacks the experience. Well, how do you get the experience if you don't have a job where you can build the experience? This bill does two things very simply. One, it provides for the opportunity to joint venture. The joint venture on as a general contractor with an experienced general contractor. And the second it does is it enables and set asides for minority contractors that it's a fair representation of the capacity of Black-owned, Latino-owned, and women-owned subcontractors. That's the extent of the bill. How that destroys anything, how that harms anything, how that does anything but help to advance the issues that we all say we care about and that we want to see happen. And yet it hasn't happened. So I would hope that everyone here can support a bill that we acknowledge will engender significant discussion between leaving here today and before the end of the session. I believe the issue warrants that opportunity. It warrants us saying, as we do with many bills, that we know that there'll be further work. We're a part-time institution. The calendar is limited. But isn't this issue important enough to us to, as a society, as a state, that we want to give this issue the proper attention, the proper discussion to result in an outcome that will make us all a better state, all a better people. I urge support, Madam Chair. Senator Miller.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this bill forward. Ever since I've been here, since 2009, I've heard minority contractors cry out about how they're not allowed or they don't have access to state dollars. And this bill does something that we normally don't do here, that we've neglected to do since I've been here. And it's about equity. It's making sure that everyone is treated fairly, is making sure that these state contracts, that everyone has access. And let's be honest about this. Even the minority contractors, the women-owned businesses, a lot of those businesses are husbands or males who put women up front. And who's usually excluded from that? Black and Latinos. There's a disparity study that's supposed to be done. We pushed that, we kicked that can down the road for years, and we're finally doing it. But what has happened in the interim? Black and Hispanic or Latino businesses are left out. So this bill is about equity, and it's about everyone being treated fairly and having access to the state dollars that we as legislators put on the street. So I want to thank you. I don't think it excludes individuals. I think that this bill would give individuals a hand up and to become successful. People in this, my colleagues in this building know that I work very hard to make sure that students can read. And some of those students aren't going to go to college, but some of those students will have access to the trades. And so in having access to the trades, they need opportunity, they need jobs. And I think that's what this bill does. So I want to thank you, Senator Fonfara, because for the last few years that I've gotten to know you on this committee, you've worked hard to make sure that those communities that don't have access, those communities that are left out, marginalized and disenfranchised, you make sure you've put forth legislation that will give them that. And I want to thank you. And guess what we've done? We've pushed back on it. So I want to thank you for taking the charge to continue the fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Farrar.
Thank you to the chair. First off, I just want to thank Chair Fonfara and Senator Miller for starting off the conversation about this bill, because I do think how you explained it is representative of the intent of the bill. And I think, you know, from the standpoint of why we should be voting on this bill, it absolutely kind of clarifies that. I did have a question for the Senate chair, if you can indulge me, Senator. I think when I kind of looked over the comprehensive nature of this bill, the one question I had was particularly about the section in lines 16 to 26. And I just wanted an opportunity for you to share what some of the thinking was here about allowing DAS to provide an alternative for pre-qualification.
I don't have an answer for you, Representative Farrar. That language is not familiar to me at this moment, but there was no intent to circumvent or to in any way have a general contractor, a subcontractor that isn't qualified to do the work. Right now, DAS pre-qualifies GCs for projects like schools. This process would be similar in that even for to be a joint venture, you must be pre-qualified. And there is no effort whatsoever to circumvent, to have an alternative that would result in someone who shouldn't be. Construction work is dangerous work. It is, I've had my experience in that regard personally. And it doesn't help anyone. But again, as you've indicated, Senator Miller has indicated, if we don't provide the forum in which to learn how to be a prime contractor in this regard, we will continue to have the same businesses that build schools. Let's just use that one example. There are many others, but building schools will have the same handful of folks that have been building schools, their businesses for decades now continue. I don't think anyone here wants that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd like to believe not anyone here wants that. The question is, how do we get there? And Representative Farrar, I assure you that my intent is never to in any way diminish the qualifications of a person, but to actually do the opposite, to improve the qualifications, improve the opportunities so that there is equal opportunity to compete on these projects, in which, by the way, the fundamental nexus is state dollars. If the state is giving dollars to a project, then the opportunities to joint venture would be available.
Thank you, Senator, again, for kind of sharing the intent. It's very helpful to hear that. I think for me, again, as I was kind of reading the bill we're voting on today, because there is language that allows DAS to create an alternative for pre-qualification, I think that's where my concerns lie. I fully appreciate, again, and agree with that we should be doing everything in our abilities as a legislature to create greater pathways and greater opportunity for our minority businesses, our women-owned businesses to pursue these contracts. And I appreciate the conversation around this being a work in progress. But this language around kind of being alternative to pre-qualification concerns me. And so for today, I'm just personally going to have to flag this with a no vote. But I look forward to working with you all on this so that, again, as you noted, we can be clear about how we're making sure all of these contractors are meeting these pre-qualification standards.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I just want to say I am so grateful to my colleagues today for raising the concerns, from which this bill is born, and certainly to the proponent, our colleague, Senator McCrory, for raising the issue, making it known, and certainly appreciate the intent. I have some concerns, obviously, that we aren't awarding contracts to Black and minority contractors. So we have some work to do. I do wonder why, in this era that we're in this day and age, with all the work that we have been doing to ensure equity, that we are still in this place. It's incredibly frustrating. And for that, I can see a reason for this bill. I do know that there is established in statute what I would assume to be an appropriate vetting process set forth. I have concerns, much like our colleague, Representative Farrar, with the language in line 16 through 26, perhaps new, more inclusive and equitable requirements are needed. It certainly sounds as though there are, but they will take some time to develop. And in the meantime, the language set forth allows basically any minority contractor to completely bypass the process. There's obviously been concerns raised in testimony around wage theft and labor laws, and that is what's really causing me pause today. I know CHRO weighed in as well, as Representative Farrar mentioned, with concerns that it would undermine our current programming. Obviously, again, I want to see something move forward, and I hear the good co-chair, the Senate chair, in saying that this is a work in progress, and I appreciate that tremendously. I am just raising these concerns today in the hopes that we can work through them as this bill makes its way through the legislative process, hopefully out of committee today. But I am flagging my concerns out of deference and acknowledgement that this is a work in progress. I will be a yes vote today, but I do have these concerns, and I hope that we can work to remedy them going forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. And I do, without putting words in someone else's mouth, given the really critically important goals of this bill and my co-chair's, stated willingness to work on that particular language, I thank you for voicing those concerns. Representative Gee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I work as the Director of Small and Minority Business Enterprise for the City of Bridgeport. And I deal with minority contractors on a daily basis in the City of Bridgeport and across the state. And to the concerns of Representative Farrar and Senator Cohen, one of the issues is that minority contractors or minority business owners, they have been able to monetize a skill set to make a living for themselves, but they don't have a business entity. And the alternatives for DAS is very much needed because they don't have the documentation that other firms across the state may have, so they can qualify or be pre-qualified to receive their NBE certifications. If we're going to level the playing field for these mom and pop shops across the state that would like to get into the procurement process of the state of Connecticut, then we have to relax some of the stringent requirements that DAS has so that they can become a part of that procurement process. So I'm in favor of the bill because I see on a day-to-day basis the urgency to have these different qualification methods for MBEs so that we will have equity across the state when it comes to state dollars. So I'm in support of this bill, and I'm in support of any alternative that DES may have to qualify MBEs going forward. This is the catalyst, the stepping stone to a more robust conversation for inclusion for all MBEs across the state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no, oh, I'm sorry, Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I questioned Senator McGorry quite a bit when he testified, and some of his responses, I think, lacked information regarding the specifics to the bill, but I'm glad to hear that it is a work in progress. And, you know, I coming from the contracting world, I guess I always believed that, you know, that these minority percentages were adequate, and maybe not, because I identify exactly with what Senator Miller has stated regarding there are entities out there that are just, you know, put the wife's name as president, and it qualifies for the 25% aspect of it. You would like to think that the process that we have in place right now is working, but apparently it is not. It is not working. Maybe there's something that we can do to tweak what we currently have. I don't know if that's the right answer or not. But maybe some of this language can be worked on, that we can make a correction in what we have currently. I don't know the equity portion. I think that's the goal. I think there's a learning process regarding being in the trade and being in the field, having that knowledge, going to school, becoming an engineer, regardless if it's structural or civil or, but there's a lot. You got to understand the financing of it. Part of this bill talks about an equity position, and you know, how much of an equity position, or to someone who may not have a skill set to be a partner, how much do you give them? I don't see that in the bill. So there are some questions that I think the contracting community as a whole, regardless of your what color you are, I think if we can get their input onto this, I think we can make it more of a level playing field. So I'm going to say no to flag it, because I know that there are going to be a lot of questions in the caucus. But I think depending on what comes out of the talks there. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. And just a quick my apologies for mispronouncing Representative G's last name. It's not the last time I've done that, but I try to correct myself. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Administrator, will you call the roll, please?
Sure thing. We are on item 4 of the agenda, Senate Bill 1244, an act concerning the awarding of state and other project contracts. The proposed action is JFS. There is no LCO number. The substitute language strikes lines 50 to 60 inclusive in their entirety. Fanfara,
Yes.
Horn,
Yes.
Martin, Cheeseman,
No.
Miller, Moore, Farrar,
Farrar votes no.
Barry,
Yes.
Bronco,
No.
Brown,
Representative Brown votes in the affirmative.
Baumgardner,
Representative Baumgardner votes yes.
Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Carney,
Representative Carney votes no.
Cohen,
Cohen votes yes.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes no.
Doucette. Elliott,
Elliot, no.
Fazio. G,
G votes yes.
Hall. Harding. Wong. Cabros DeGraw. Claridis Tetria,
Claridis Tetria votes no.
Lamar. Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Luxembourg. Maroney,
Maroney votes yes.
Meskers,
Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello. Mashinsky. Napoli,
Napoli, yes.
Needleman. Paolillo. Pavlock,
Representative Paolo votes in the affirmative.
thank you, Representative Paolillo. Pavlock Tomato,
Pavlock Tomato votes no.
Perillo,
Representative Perillo votes no.
Piscopo,
Piscopo votes no.
Paletta,
Paletta votes no.
Rahman,
Yes.
Sanchez, James. Sanchez, Robert. Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Daffstrom. Veach,
Beach votes no.
Wilson,
Wilson votes yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Yacarino,
Yacarino votes no.
Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes no.
Zupkis,
Zupkis votes no. Thank you. Moving to item 5 on the agenda. House Bill 6920, proposed action is a JF to the floor.
So move, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonfera,
Second.
Representative Cheeseman with the second. Representative Cheeseman,
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to offer this for consent.
any objections? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, could you please put that one on the consent agenda? Next, item 6, House Bill 6921. The motion is a JFS to the floor.
So move, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonfera with the motion, Representative Farrar with the second. Representative Cheeseman,
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer this item as well for consent.
any objections? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, could you add that to the consent agenda? Next item is item 7, House Bill 6922. The motion is a JFS to the floor.
So move, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonfera. Senator Martin with the second. Discussion. Representative Cheeseman.
Madam Chair, without objection, I'd like to offer this item as well for consent.
No, I thank you for that effort. We will have a roll call vote on this one. Discussion. Seeing none, Madam Administrator, will you call the roll?
yes. This is for item 7, House Bill 6922, an act concerning the business operating loss carryover period. The proposed action is JFS to the floor. There is no LCO. The substitute language changes the effective date of section 1 to effective from passage. In lines 13 and 15 strikes 2024 and inserts 2015 in lieu thereof. Bonfera. Horn,
Yes.
Martin. Cheeseman,
Yes.
Miller. Moore. Farrar,
Farrar, no.
Barry,
Yes.
Bronco,
Yes.
Brown,
Representative Brown votes in the affirmative.
Baumgardner,
Yes. Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
thank you. Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Cabrera, Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Concepcion. Dancho,
Yes.
Doucette. Elliott. Fazio. G,
G votes yes.
Hall. Harding. Wong. Cavros DeGraw. Claridis Detria,
Claridis Tetria votes yes.
Lamar. Lopes. Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes no.
Maroney,
Maroney votes yes.
Meskers,
Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello. Mashinsky. Napoli,
Napoli votes yes.
Needleman. Paolillo,
Representative
one more time,
Paolo votes
please.
in the affirmative. Representative
I'll accept that vote. Thank you, sir. Havelock Tomato,
Pavlik Tomato votes yes.
Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Perillo, could you please cast your vote one more time for me?
Perillo votes yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bree.
Piscopo,
Piscopo votes yes.
Paletta,
Paletta votes yes.
Rahman,
Yes.
Sanchez, James. Sanchez, Robert. Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Daffstrom. Veach,
Beach votes yes.
Wilson. Wood. Wood votes yes. Yakarino,
Yakarina votes yes.
Zulo,
Reb Zula votes yes.
Zupkis.
Zupkis votes yes.
And Madam Administrator Elliott votes no.
Thank you, Representative Elliott. I have your vote cast in the negative.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Moving next. Item 8, House Bill 6923, an act concerning sales and use tax on ambulance type motor vehicles. The motion is a JF to the floor.
So move, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonfara with the motion. Senator Martin with the second. Discussion, Representative Cheeseman.
Madam Chair, without objection, I propose we place item 8, HB 6923 on a consent calendar.
Seeing none, Madam Administrator, will you add that to the consent calendar? Next item, item 9, House Bill 6924, an act concerning the assignment of funds and qualified escrow funds and the appointment of an agent by certain tobacco product manufacturers. The motion is a JF to the floor.
So move, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonfara with the motion. Senator Martin with the second. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without objection, I propose we place item 9, HB 6924 on a consent calendar.
Seeing no objection, Madam Administrator, will you add that to the consent calendar? Item 10, House Bill 6927, act concerning additional tax credit for certain corporations for investments in fixed capital. The motion is a JF to the floor.
So move, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonfara with the motion. Senator Martin with the second. Representative Cheeseman.
Again, without objection, I propose we add this item to our consent calendar.
Seeing none, Madam Administrator, will you kindly add that to our consent calendar? Next, item 11, House Bill 6928, Act concerning personal income tax treatment of certain student loan forgiveness amounts. The motion is AJF to the floor. Senator Fonfara with the motion, Senator Martin, Senator Martin with the second. Representative Cheeseman.
Fear of being repetitive, Madam Chair, may we add this item to the consent calendar as well?
I like a
please?
good ritual. Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Seeing no objection, Madam Administrator, thank you for adding that one to the consent calendar. Next, we have item 12, House Bill 6930, an act concerning development of best practices for governance structures of municipal retirement plans. Proposed action is JF to the floor. Senator Fonfara with the motion. Senator Martin with the second. Discussion. Representative Waschinsky.
I just want to compliment the committee leadership for another bill on our agenda that is developing best practices to help municipalities. This is really good. And it's going to end a lot of confusion and local disagreements, because we will be, just as legislators, when we go to a conference, we learn best practices from other states. So too, the municipalities will learn the best ideas from other municipalities and role models. And this is going to make everything run more smoothly and more efficiently. And there's a number of bills like this on the agenda. So I compliment the chairs for producing these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Waschinsky, and thank you for pointing that. I will note a couple of things about the bill, that it is designed not to provide resources to municipalities, not to increase their obligations. And in that vein, CCM, which had raised some concerns about the bill, is now in agreement with it, in part because we are engaged in working with them to ensure that it doesn't, that the reporting required in the bill is not onerous and in fact involves data that they already have access to. So thank you for that. Any other discussion? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And I want to echo that. I believe there are members of my caucus who do have concerns and are hesitant about a work in progress, but I will be voting in support of this today. I am taking everyone at their word, and particularly the best interests of the municipalities, not to inflict yet more onerous requirements on them in terms of asking for additional resources. So I will, again, particularly in light of the lack of access our smaller municipalities may have to the best available financial advice, I will be supporting this bill today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Administrator, we call the roll.
Happily. This is a roll call vote for item 12, House Bill 6930, an act concerning the development of best practices for governance structures of municipal retirement plans. The proposed action is JF to the floor. Fonfara,
Yes.
Horn,
Yes.
Martin, Cheeseman,
Yes.
Miller, Moore, Farrar,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Bronco, Brown,
Representative Brown votes in the affirmative.
Baumgardner.
Baumgartner votes yes.
One more time for me, please, Representative Baumgardner. I need to see your face.
Baumgartner votes yes.
Thank you. Butler. Cabrera,
Cabrera votes yes.
Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Concepcion. Dancho,
Dancho votes no.
Doucette. Elliott,
Elliott, yes.
Fazio. G,
G votes yes.
Hall, Harding, Wong, Cabros DeGraw, Claridis Tetria,
Claridis Tetria votes yes.
Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes. That actually worked.
thank you, Representative. Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
thank you. Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Maroney,
Maroney votes yes.
Meskers,
Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello, Mashinsky, Napoli,
Napoli votes yes.
Needleman, Paolillo,
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes yes.
Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
one more time for me, please, Representative Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the slow walk. Piscopo,
Piscopo votes no.
Paletta,
Paletta votes yes.
Rahman,
Yes.
Sanchez, James, Sanchez, Robert, Santiago,
I'm sorry, Santiago votes yes.
thank you. Dastrom, Veach,
Veach votes no.
Wilson, Wood,
Yes.
Yakarino,
Yakarino votes no.
Zulo,
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Zupkis.
Zupkis votes yes.
Thank you. And I do see that Representative Butler has his hand raised. May I call on him?
Yes.
Representative
Certainly.
Butler, would you like to?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the call.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next item, item 13, Senate Bill 420, an act establishing a tax credit for employers who hire persons with disabilities. The motion is a JF to the floor.
Chair.
Senator Fonfara with the motion,
Second.
Representative Cheeseman with the second. Discussion, Representative Cheeseman.
Yes, Madam Chair, and without objection, I propose we move this item number 13 to the consent calendar. And I want to applaud this bill. I know there was a previous program that provided similar tax credits and no employer took advantage of it. I hope because this is more broadly drafted, employers will avail themselves of this. I think it's so important, again, when we talk about opportunity, that we provide opportunity to people with disabilities. So I want to thank you, Madam Chair. And again, without objection, if we could move this to consent.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing none, Madam Administrator, will you add this to the consent calendar? Item 14, Senate Bill 939, an act concerning property tax abatement for certain first-time home buyers. The motion is a JF to the floor. Senator Fonfara with the motion. Now I'm like pausing, like. Senator Ford with the second. Excuse me. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, without objection, I propose we move this item number 14 to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. With no objection, Madam Administrator, will you add this to the consent calendar? Next, item 15, Senate Bill 1027, an act concerning Department of Economic Community Development recommendations regarding Job CT tax rebate program and certain aerospace manufacturing projects. The motion is JF to the floor. Senator Fonfara with the motion. Sorry, was that Representative Woods with the second? Representative Cheeseman.
Yes, without objection, Madam Chair, I propose we move this to the consent calendar. I'm sure I join everyone here in hoping that the aerospace manufacturer in question is successful in its second bid. And we can actually use these tax credits.
Thank you. Seeing no objection, Madam Administrator, will you add this to the consent calendar as well? As I may or may not have previously mentioned, item 16 should not have appeared on our agenda. That was a mistake. It is not a bill that's before us. Item 17, substitute for House Bill 6692, an act concerning certain arts, culture, and tourism grants. The motion is the JFS to the floor. Senator Fonfara with the motion. Is that, sorry, that was Senator Martin with the second. Discussion. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. I would propose that we move this to the consent calendar, Madam Chair. I know there were a number of people, particularly co-sponsored on this bill, who were concerned that the JFS language does remove the funding mechanism. But I understand there are further discussions ongoing. We heard some very compelling testimony, both in commerce and in finance, about the importance of arts, culture, and tourism to both the state economy and to the quality of life in the state. So I'm happy to move this forward and hope we can come up with a way to make it work. So without objection to the consent calendar.
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair.
Representative. Seeing no objection, Madam Administrator, will you add this one to the consent calendar? And final item on the agenda, item 18, under Roman numeral 3, House Bill 6779, Act establishing a task force to study housing opportunity tax credit. That motion is JF to the floor. Senator
So
Farrar
moved.
with the motion. I'm sorry. Who was the second? Butler? We'll go with Representative Butler. Thank you. Representative Butler with the second. Any discussion? Representative Cheeseman.
Yes, again, without objection, I propose we add this to the consent calendar, Madam Chair.
Seeing none, Madam Administrator, will you add item 18 to the consent calendar? With that, Madam Administrator, would you read the consent calendar for us, please?
I will. It's quite lengthy, and thank you for that. So bear with me. The consent calendar consists of Senate Bill 1234, an act concerning the failure to file for certain grand list exemptions. Proposed action is JF. House Bill 6920, an act concerning the historic homes rehabilitation tax credit. Proposed action is JF. House Bill 6921, an act concerning the amount of the apprenticeship tax credit for the construction trades. Proposed action is JFS. LCO is 6563. House Bill 6923, an act concerning the sale and use tax on ambulance type motor vehicles and ambulances. Proposed action is JF. House Bill 6924, an act concerning the assignment of funds in qualified escrow funds and the appointment of an agent by certain tobacco product manufacturers. Proposed action is JF to the floor. House Bill 6927, an act concerning an additional tax credit for certain corporations for investments in fixed capital. Proposed action is JF to the floor. House Bill 6928, an act concerning the personal income tax treatment of certain student loan forgiveness amounts. Proposed action is JF to the floor. Senate Bill 420, an act concerning a tax credit for employers who hire persons with disabilities. Proposed action is JF to the floor. Senate Bill 939, an act concerning property tax abatement for certain first-time home buyers. Proposed action is JF to the floor. Senate Bill 1027, an act concerning the Department of Economic and Community Development's recommendations regarding the Job CT tax credit rebate program and certain aerospace manufacturing projects. Proposed action is JF to the floor. House Bill 6692, an act concerning certain arts, culture, and tourism grants. Proposed action is JFS to the floor. There is no LCO for this. The substitute language strikes sections 4 to 6 inclusive in their entirety. Last but not least, House Bill 6779, an act establishing a tax credit, or excuse me, a task force to study a housing opportunities tax credit. Proposed action is JF to the floor. Bonfara,
Yes.
Horn,
Yes.
Martin, Cheeseman,
Yes.
Miller, Moore, Farrar,
Farrar, yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Bronco,
Yes.
Brown,
Representative Brown votes in the affirmative.
Baumgardner,
Baumgartner votes yes.
Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Concepcion. Yes. Dan Cho,
Yes.
Doucette. Elliott,
Elliott, yes.
Fazio. G,
G votes yes.
Paul. Harding. Wong. Cavros DeGraw. Claridis Detria,
Claridis Detria votes yes.
Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Thank you. Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Maroney,
Maroney votes yes.
Meskers,
Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello. Mashinsky. Napoli,
Napoli votes yes.
Needleman. Paolillo. Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes yes.
Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Thank you. Piscopo,
Piscopo votes yes.
Paletta,
Paletta votes yes.
Brahman,
Roman vote yes.
Sanchez, James. Sanchez, Robert. Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Staffstrom. Veach,
Beach votes yes.
Wilson, Wood,
Yes.
Yakarino,
Yakarino, yes.
Zulo,
Rabzula votes yes.
Zupkis. I see that Representative Hilda Santiago has her hand raised. I'd like to call on her. If that's okay with the chairs. Representative,
Bree, that's for later, just in case I missed the vote. I'm sorry.
understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
That concludes the roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. And just as a reminder, although you may have just said this, votes will be held open until 3 p.m. Our next meeting is very soon, tomorrow. Stay tuned. At 10 o'clock, same place, same Zoom channel. Well, probably a different Zoom link. I shouldn't have said that. Thank you all, and see you tomorrow.
Okay, Bree, I'm ready.
Representative Santiago, I'm going to call on you first.
Thank you.
The first bill I need from you is, or first vote I need from you is on Senate Bill 1235.
1235, yes. Santiago, yes.
I have a vote on 1238. I have you for 1244. I have you for 6922, 6930. And the consent calendar, you are all set, madam. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Bree. Have a good one.
Thank you. You as well. Representative Gardner, you're up next.
All right.
How would you like to cast your vote on Senate Bill 1235, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And on 1238,
Yes.
I have you for 1244. I have you for 6922. I have you for 6930. And I have you for this consent calendar. You are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank Representative Paolillo, I'll get you in just one moment, please. Representative Paolillo, you are up next, sir.
I agree. Thank you so much.
You are a yes for everything. Is that what you just said?
I said thank you.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. It's getting a little loud in here.
I'm sorry.
Let me go bill by bill to make sure I have you for everything. I have you for 1235. I have you for 1238. And 1244 and 6922 and 6930.
I can't hear you. Bree, you're muted.
Here I am missing votes trying to pay Roland's garbage transportation bills and environment.
They're all getting out though.
Yeah, and it didn't get amended either. Because of me.
You are my hero.
This is being recorded. I won't reply to that.
You're killing me.
It's because I'm on mute. That's why you can't hear me. Look at that. We've been doing this for years and I still can't take myself off mute. Okay. One more time with Healy. Share with you. Okay. Let's bring this back. Paolillo, how would you like to vote on the consent calendar?
Yes, in the affirmative.
Okay, you are all set, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Bree, thank you. Thank you so much for your help.
You are
Appreciate it.
welcome. Representative Lamar, it is actually your turn, for real.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Madam Administrator, I'd like to vote in the affirmative on each of the bills on today's agenda.
Okay. Just. All right. I've got you as yes for all of the bills on the agenda. Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you.
And you're welcome. Senator Lopes.
I look like a big shadow for some
You
reason.
do look like a big shadow.
That's better. I also will a yes vote on all the items on the agenda today.
Okay. You're all set, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
your time. I appreciate it. Representative Sanchez, how are you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm
I'm
okay.
hanging in there.
We've been thinking about you, sir.
Thank you so much. So on all the bills, I'm a yes on all.
Thank you so much.
Make it easier.
It does make it very easy. I appreciate that.
Okay, well, thank you, Bree.
Thank you so much for your time.
Take care. Bye-bye.
You as well. Okay, who's next? Senator, how are you? I'm doing well. Thank you. No? Yes. We're gonna go. I just do double checks just to make sure. And yes, 6922. How would you like to hear yes? And then I'm just gonna check the next two. Beautiful. You're all set.
This is Jimmy Sanchez.
Thank you.
He's coming in, so he's voting.
In a pro.
Exact numbers, and then he's gonna come again. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Okay, so I just need to get.
Hi, Bree.
Hi, Representative Morinbello. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
So I'm gonna collect your votes on, I believe, most of them, if not all.
Yes, all of them. I was, yep.
That's okay. I understand. It's a busy day. So the first is on 1235. How would you like to cast your vote on that bill?
In the affirmative.
Thank
Rep.
you.
Moore Bello votes yes.
Thank you. Would you like me to read the titles to you, or do you know what they are by the bill number?
Yeah,
I'm
you know,
happy to read them.
I should have just pulled it up, but I'm voting in the affirmative on all of them. Go ahead.
All right. 1238, I will cast to mark you as yes.
Yes, please.
44. Yes.
And then there was a consent calendar for a few of them, right? Yeah.
Yes. 6922, I got you as a yes.
Thank you.
6930 is a yes. And
Yes.
then all of the other bills are on the consent calendar. Do you want me to read them off?
No, I'm voting in the affirmative for all the items on the consent calendar as well.
Wonderful. And you're all set. Thank
All
you so
right, Bree, thanks so much for everything. And I'm going to be in person tomorrow, devoting my whole day. So it
Okay.
won't be crazy like this. Thank
much.
you.
Look forward to seeing you. You're
Thanks.
welcome.
Bye.
Bye. Hi,
Bruce.
Senator. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I am
Just-
doing well.
It's just me.
It is just you. Well, it's just you right now, but we are waiting for a few other members' votes.
Got it.
So I have you as attending, check. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, first up is Senate Bill 1235, an act implementing the treasurer's recommendations concerning the Investment Advisory Council and related statutes. This
No.
had JFS. No, okay. Next.
You can just say the item in the bill number to save yourself, but
Thank you. Item 3, Bill 1230, Senate Bill 1238.
yes.
Okay. Item 4, Senate Bill 1244.
No.
Item 7, House Bill 6922.
Yes.
Item 12, House Bill 6930.
No.
And the consent calendar is everything else.
Yes on the consent calendar.
Wonderful. All right, you're all set, sir.
Thanks. Have a great day. See you tomorrow.
Likewise. See you tomorrow. Hi, Representative Hall.
All right.
How are you?
And yourself?
I'm all right, thank you. I'm happy to report that we don't have too many votes because many of our items were placed on the consent calendar, but I'm going to go vote by vote with you. The first is for Senate Bill 1235. That's item 2 on the agenda. An act implementing the treasurer's recommendations concerning the Investment Advisory Council and related statutes. That's a JFS. The JFS has baby bonds language in it.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, 1238, item 3, an act concerning certain tax assessment appeals proceedings. That's also JFS.
Yes.
It's a task force now. Okay.
Eileen.
Hi. The next is Senate Bill 1244, an act concerning the awarding of state and other project contracts. Proposed action is JFS.
Yes.
Okay, the next is 6922. We skipped to item 7 on the agenda. An act concerning the business operating loss carryover period. This was also JFS. There's no LCO. The substitute language changes the effective date of section 1 to effective from passage. In line 13 and 15, strikes 2024 and inserts 2015.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next up, item 12, House Bill 6930, an act concerning the development of best practices for governance structures of municipal retirement plans. It's a straight JF.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And then everything else went on the consent calendar.
Yes.
Great, you're all set.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Take care.
Thank you.
Hi,
How are you, Senator?
can you hear me? Yes. you
I
can
can
hear
hear
me.
Hear you.
So, although that I have a couple of caveats on a couple of the bills, I'm voting yes on all of them.
Okay.
All right, some of them are really just works in process, most of them are works in process, but I think they all are deserving of getting out of committee and being worked on.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thanks
And
for being patient.
it is our pleasure.
All right.
All
You
right.
be-
Thank you so much. Take care. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you.
The Tuesday, April 18th Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee meeting is officially adjourned.